Yo, 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 good morning, good morning. What's up, what's up? What's up, Derek and Geralt? Good morning, good morning. Hope you both had a great weekend. Okay, so we're back at it today. I'm just trying to energize myself right now. I think we're right at the end of improving and re-implementing this action system. And I think what we have now is beautiful and more modular than previously. So, if I remember correctly, last Friday, we were implementing plays. And we noticed something. So we're migrating all of the actions from the old action system to the new action system. And while doing so, I'm noticing a few things I knew existed and were there before. And now when we switch this system, I want to get rid of them. And the biggest one, or the one that annoys me the most, or irritates me the most, that we need to change the most, is the fact that a lot of these actions, as they were implemented previously, were really... I think the word I said last week was infected by if it's a playable entity or not. If we just take a look at the old action, and we can see that we have something... Don't we have it here? Maybe not. But we take a look at Terraform. Host entity, yeah, exactly. Is playable. We have a lot of this stuff inside of the actions themselves, and I think that's wrong, because like pretty much all but one entity that has Terraform action or can do Terraform action is non-playable. It's only one entity that is playable. So when we move these to the new system, we want to get rid of like everything that is player related. We want to get rid of within action and create some layer between. We're probably going to have a layer between playable entity and the action itself. So for now, we are going to see. We're gonna very simply implement plays and Terraform and stuff like that. We are gonna implement them. Hopefully, we can make them functional, but they're not gonna have all the bells and whistles and the player feedback and stuff like that. So it's going to be very rough, but it's going to do its job. It's going to be implemented in a way that it can be used by creatures, but it's not that usable for the player. And then when we have that in place and we have merged this new action system, that's when we are going to implement the feedback or the playable feedback layer between input handler and playable entity and its actions, or in playable entity. Yes. So let's see here. I'm just gonna bring out a note that I had. Okay, so let's play this and see what we want our plays to be able to do. We want to be able to pick this one up, and then we want to be able to place it right. So we're going to do start placing. Oh, did I? Yeah, okay. So we want to be able to pick it up. We want to be able to start placing. And then when we click place again, we want to place the object at that position. We don't want any visual outline feedback like we had previously. We're going to fix that later, okay? Action place. Interrupt, we don't do anything place, we do this, okay. So right now when we do place, we don't do anything. Okay, great. We're going to start by implementing this place here. Should be pretty easy, I reckon. Yo, what's up, Diggy? Good morning, good morning. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Default position, offset, default Euler angles, calculate place, transform, place, transform. Ah, great. That's what we were doing. So let's see. We can take a look at interactable place in the previous implementation as well. This one also had, like, I would say that probably 80% of this code is related to player feedback. And yeah, it just doesn't feel right. Right? That should be handled somewhere else 100%. Okay, let's see here. Oh yeah, okay. We want to calculate place routine, update end transform, update current transform. Update end transform. Whatever we do to calculate end transform, that's what we want to do in our place. And I remember doing this. Diggy, I just slept a lot this week and I think I needed it though. That sounds like a wonderful weekend to me. So what we do here is we ask the entity for current position and rotation. Honestly, I don't think we care about this time around. So this was when we tried to... We have this really nice place feedback system in place. No pun intended. And we want to keep using that one, but we're going to have to not rebuild it, but refactor it a tiny bit. So this is not really what we're going to do here. Alignment, rotation. Sexstar, what's up, what's up? I want to learn game dev. I'm currently learning C++. I don't know why I'm here. Welcome nonetheless. We're doing some game dev over here. We're doing it in C#, however. But I mean... it's just syntax, C#, C++, whatever. The idea is the same. But if you want to learn game dev, I would just choose a game engine and just start using it. Okay, so now in our new scenario, we want to set position and set rotation, but we want to do it based on okay, this is pretty much how it's going to look. Interactable, placeable. Do we want to do it in place? I think we do. Or do we? I'm wondering, maybe, just maybe, it's the action itself that should calculate how to place the object. Yeah, I think so. Place transform. Let's keep this one, but public place transform entity point, host point. Yeah, we're gonna change this. We're not gonna do entity here. We're gonna do interactables dot placeable. DGC++ isn't an easy language. Unity is nice and taking advantage of C#, which I think is easier to learn. That's probably true. Like, I did a lot of stuff in C++ around the year. What could it be? 2013 to 2016, I think. And during that time, like for each C++ update, I don't remember which one my last one was, but it became easier and easier, you know, less memory handling if you didn't want that and stuff like that. So I wonder how it looks today. I wonder what's the latest C++ version? I think I worked with C++ 17. That's the last version of C++ I worked with, and it was pretty, like, if you wanted to avoid memory management, you definitely could. You could write it pretty much pointerless. What's up, Sat V? Good morning, good morning. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. I'm doing fine, Starting to get that Monday energy boost, so it feels good. Sexstar, I'm doing electrical engineering. I want to do... What is that? VLSI? I have no idea what that is. Or do I? Oh. If very large scale integration, is that what we're talking about? C++ is probably right for that. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Diggy, that's why I never use C++. The memory handling seemed confusing and made me not want to use it. Yeah, I agree, but it's extremely nice to learn how to handle it and stuff like that. And by learning how to handle memory, you can probably learn how to optimize the garbage collector stuff in languages where you don't need to explicitly handle the memory, because the garbage collector can be quite yeah, if you don't take care of that one, you might get some unwanted freezes now and then. Sexstar, it's basically chip design. Okay, very nice. I have a lot of respect for people that do hardware stuff. Okay, so we skipped this one here, and we skipped this one here. We'll see how we handle it eventually. But action plays, you want to do... What's up, Quincy? How you doing? How you doing? And welcome back. Okay, so what we want to calculate here is, like, we have a point which has a normal and stuff like that. So we want to, first of all, we want to rotate placeable according to default rotation and point normal. We want to place placeable according to default position, offset, and point position. When we have that, do a sweep test to find correct place position. Pretty much. Package and return place transform. Whatever place transform will contain. Of this I have no idea. We might actually do... I'm wondering about doing this as a method instead of a private method here, where we just take this object and we place it. But having the place transform might be useful later on when we want to do some visual feedback stuff to the player, you know? Sexstar, 6 watching, 3 likes. Please like, guys. Yeah, I agree. I would appreciate it. Okay, but this, yeah, let's keep it like a place transform for now. I also wonder, yeah, maybe we can do it like this. Public position and public quaternion rotation. And then I think we're also gonna have a bool available, or successful maybe. How the hell do you spell successful? How many S, how many C's? 1L. Something like that. Okay. So let's start with placing the placeable according to default position, offset, and point position. And when I talk about default position offset and point position. This is default position offset I'm talking about. So if we take a look at, let me visualize that with a figure instead, or with a prefab in game. So we can take this one. This one actually has a pretty good origin. So this one will probably have a 0 offset because it has its origin perfectly positioned, right? Do we have some... this one probably... yes. So this one has its origin by mass. We're probably going to have a little bit of an offset here, I reckon, down to here. And that's... so default position offset, it's more like a origin correction offset or something like that. So when we place this one, we don't want this point to be on the ground, but rather this one offsetted with this. I don't exactly remember how we did with this one. Interactable place. Default Euler. Is it Euler or Euler? I don't know. I never remember. Yo, what's up? No bullshit. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. It's going pretty good so far. We're just picking up steam. Did we have any setup? Yeah, here we rotation delta. We had 90. Position delta. That's just position delta. Okay. I think we're gonna keep this one and default 0, 0, 0. Yeah. So default position offset action place. Place placeable according to default position offset and point position. So I guess that's just position is equal to point dot position plus but the question is default position offset, do we want to do this in local space or yeah, we definitely want to do it in local space, and we want to do it according to, yeah, we want to do it in local space. So don't we have, and maybe we don't. Host protected. Yeah, we probably want to keep it as protected. Default position offset. I think we can do. Something like this. But before we do this position, I want to fix the rotation first, because we want to rotate it first. So that the offset in local space is correct. So we're going to do this one first. And rotation here, I reckon we want to do it some very similar to action hold. Maybe we don't have it here, but we have it in interactable holdable. Here, aligned by anchor point. Diggy, he built a breadboard computer and goes over the basics of certain chips, timers, etc. Who? Oh yeah, it hides it because it's a link, probably. I'm gonna have to look into that. Because without the link, your comment made no sense. Oh, you didn't post a link, you just said a YouTube channel. One sec, let me take a look if I have some... I'm gonna have to look into it. Like, I'm just streaming with the default YouTube live stream settings right now when it comes to moderation and stuff like that. But okay, we want to do something exactly like this. Although we won't have a forward in this case, we will just have a up. Maybe it's okay anyway. So we do rotation is equal to point. Let's see, we want to have from to rotation. One sec. Anchor points up. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think we want to do, in this case, I think we want to do placeable dot transform dot up, and we want it to be rotated to point dot normal. Yeah. Never heard of that YouTube channel, I don't think. Ben Eater. Okay, the problem here is that we changed the we set rotation. We don't change placeable just yet. I don't think we want to do it either currently. But that means that we have a little bit of a problem here. So, we can't use placeable transform direction here because placeable transform hasn't been, we haven't altered its transform yet. This is pretty much the new rotation we want. So now we want to calculate the new position we want. What did we do previously? Interactable. Honestly, I don't think we need... Okay. Maybe we don't even need... Yeah, that's probably smarter. We might not even need... Interactable holdable. Yeah, we might not even need default position offset because we're going to fix it with the sweep later on. So let's do it like this. Position point normal 10. Oh yeah, we just call it place. Times point dot normal. So we rotate it according to the point, and then we offset it like 10 meters up in the air currently. Might be a little bit too much, but we'll see. And then the idea is that we're going to do a sweep test exactly like this. Dynamic entity. Yeah, we need... We need a reference to this dynamic entity. But I'm thinking about doing the sweep test. Yeah, I think we're gonna do it like this. Interactable, placeable. Instantiate specifics. Public. Do I want to return a raycast hit? What do we do with this one? Set position. Mm. Now, the idea this time around is that we want to... Whatever position we calculate to here, we want to use that one. I'm a little bit worried about this one, though. Diggy, did you ever find a fix for when you implement an Amtech class? Oh, that's true. I forgot to check that one. I have it here in my notepad. Right, tools, options, text editor, C# advanced, implement interface or Amtech class set to at the end. We might do it later on. If we add, we're probably going to add a new action later today. So let's see if we can fix it then. But thank you for reminding me. Yo, what's up, Calvino? Good morning, good morning. Hope you had a wonderful weekend, man. And is energized for this new week ahead. Okay, I'm not entirely sure how I want to do with the position just yet. Calvino, my kid woke up super early, so kind of tired at the moment. But nothing some coffee and energy drinks can't solve. And some Concerta, or whatever it's called. Adderall, maybe, is the more hip term for it. Or the hip brand. What's up, Lucas? Hopefully you spend some quality time with your kid in the early morning hours, at least. That's always something. Okay, so we want to do this sweep test here. We don't want to... Yeah, we want to do the sweep test. We want to get a... If we do a sweep test, we will get a... We will get a position and a rotation. Feels like we are going to return a place transform again. So I wonder if we want to do interactable placeable, we want to do place transform. Correct place transform. Fix place transform. It's not really the word I'm looking for. Like, whatever is trying to place this object calculates a place transform, and then it's up to the placeable itself to actually place it there. One sec. Okay, so whatever is trying to place this object calculates a place transform, and then we want to send that place transform down to the placeable object and say, hey, something wants to place you like this, and then it's up to this one to validate place transform maybe. But we're gonna send a little bit of an altered place transform here, so it's a little bit more than validate. We don't just return true, false, or whatever. We actually alter it, but I don't care. I like the word validate, so we're gonna keep it. And what we want to do is pretty much most of this, I think. That's what we want to do. That's the worst way to do it. Default. Here we do placeable dot default. Alignment rotation. Let's just do it like this. Rotation, rotation. Now we take all of this and we put it in interactable placeable, validate place transform, and so yeah, we want to save these, but instead of dynamic entity here, we have host. Alignment rotation, this one we have already calculated. So we wait with that one, and then we have set rotation here. Host, set rotation, alignment rotation is going to be place transform dot rotation, and set position is going to be place transform dot position. Break has hit. Okay, so we do a sweep test. Fuck, host is an entity, and I implemented sweep test in. It makes sense. I guess we did it in animate entity or dynamic entity. I mean, sweep test. I mean, we can probably just move this one to entity. Entity is static though, so it makes no sense to sweep test on this, but one sec. And then we have this one as well. Okay, true. Never mind. The reason for having sweep test here is because we need an RB. An entity doesn't have an RB. It's the RB we need. Yeah, that's true. How do I want to solve this? Yeah, Quaternions are fucked. I think, however, no, one second. Yeah, I don't know. I've pretty much just postponed deep diving into Quaternions and actually learning them from the ground up. I just haven't had the time, but would love to. But for now, like, how to work with them is sufficient for me. You can still work with them without knowing exactly what's going on behind the scenes. Sweep test actually. Ooh, yes. Entity. Yeah, we're gonna do it like this. Where do we have this one? A sweep test. Of course. Public. Align with transform. We are gonna add a little bit of a override here. Align with transform. And we just return false here. Ooh. Okay, it's not as easy as that. Oh. Does that make sense? Derek, yeah, that's 100% how I use Quaternions. I have a Quaternion library with all the functions I need to operate with them, and I never peek behind the curtain. Yeah, same here so far. Maybe one cozy evening this autumn, or some autumn evening, I will have the time to just lean back in my sofa at home and read and learn all I can about Quaternions. But for now, yeah, we're not looking behind that. We're not peeking. Not today. Hold sweep test. Point normal. Fuck, do we need a point normal? Yes, we do. Place transform. But actually... maybe. Interact. Action place. Point normal. Yeah, I think rotation, the up here. Nah, maybe not actually. Place transform. I guess we're putting this one in here as well. Oh, yeah. Place transform. We're gonna have source. We're gonna have point, source, point. Is this a weird? No. This is a weird way of doing it, but interactable, placeable. place transform point place point. Out hit. What did I screw up? Oh, yeah. Yeah, force include object is extremely important. DigiDispose said number file has a good video on them. I might check it out. Yeah, please, if you do, get back if it was worth it or not. We're actually gonna do this. Yeah, let's. Okay, so now we finally do the sweep test, and if the sweep test is successful, or i.e. we hit something, then we want to set the position of our dynamic entity to... Or not this time around, 1 sec. Then we want to do raycast hit. We want to calculate a new position. But yeah, then again, it's extremely... It's weird of me to calculate this one in the outside here. The fuck? So how we had it previously might be the better option. Calculate, place, transform, place point. Yeah, this one we want to save here, Position, place sweep test, offset. Yeah, we do it like this. I don't know about successful. Maybe we will do. On a Selena position, and a quaternion rotation. Just a simple struct that holds some values. We don't calculate anything in here. But when we do the sweep test, so if it's true here, yes, then we want to do place transform is equal to new place transform. The position is yeah, we're gonna do it like this. Vector 3 position. Don't we care about this one at all? We do it when we do the sweep test initially. Yes, that's true. Okay, so this time around we do position is equal to, and I would take this, but we simplified a bit. It's host place point and we just set position, rotation, and true. That's our place transform. Let's see if we hit something. If we don't hit anything, I wonder if we just want to do place transform is equal to place point dot position rotation and false, but successful. That's not really it. Or we can we can probably rename this one altered, maybe. We can name it like that for now. Diggy, I still need to download Unity. I've been procrastinating. I upgraded some of the hardware on my computer like a year ago, yet never upgraded to Windows 11. I'm thinking about a fresh install. I love fresh installs. Okay, I'm gonna have to upgrade my computer to Windows 11 real soon as well. Bro, what's up? Okay, we don't care about these this time. And then what we do here is, I want to rename this one. We're going to rename, not current position, but it's going to be called original. Original. And not dynamic entity, but host. Okay, so I'm just going to take a real quick look at this one. See if it makes sense. We have rewritten this place method a bit compared to the old one, but it's like this. We have something we want to place, and we have a point where we want to place it. We get the original position and original rotation of the object we're trying to place. And then we calculate the rotation based on the place point and the default rotation. And we calculate the position based on place point, and we just offset up 10 meters currently. Place point normal. That's because we're pretty much preparing for the sweep test here. We set the rotation to this, that's the rotation we want to have, and we set the position to this, that's the start position of the sweep test. Then we do a sweep test. If we hit something, we recalculate the position. Keep everything as it is. Otherwise, we just return the original position. And then we reset the position rotation of the host object. We pretty much just set it here temporarily because we want to do a sweep test, and then we just reset it. And then we return the place transform. Diggy, I had to remove a crypto miner in the past, so a fresh install seems like a good idea. Yeah, what the fuck? What you waiting for? Do it now. Yeah, okay, I think this is good. So action place, process. So I guess here we just want to do target placeable dot yeah, you know what? I think we're gonna do it like this. Target placeable, or we're gonna do place transform is equal to target placeable. Doc calculate place transform point. That's what we do in process. For now, we're gonna let action place set its own state to finishing, but we want to place this object as well. So we're gonna do interactable placeable. We have calculate place transform, and then we also have something called public void place. And for this one, I guess we're just gonna do fuck. Target placeable private. I wonder if I want to do interactables here, even though we don't need it. Place transform. Something like that. Place. Yeah. Do I want to have this prefix on every host or not? I can't do both. What do we have on holdable? Here we use, yeah. I like it. It's a little bit explicit, and I like when it's properly stated. I'm a little bit worried about these. We might screw some things up if multiple tries to do this at the same time. Maybe not, on the other hand. Maybe it's okay. So we want to do place here. So how's it gonna be? It's gonna be finish, then we place it, then we cancel interaction. Okay, so we want to place first, and place here is just gonna be base.host. Set I want to double check interactable place. Is this the old one? Yes, it is. Yeah, remember, I always like to use this. Yeah, me too. Like, I wonder. I know that sometimes people do. They name member variables or properties or whatever it's called. They use a prefix of an underscore. I don't know. I've never liked that though, but instead, like, I mean, couldn't one just write this every time we use it instead? But yeah, I don't know. Interactable action interaction place, update current transform. How do we do this? Current point, and then we do set rotation, set position. Do we need to do both of these? I don't know. Something like this. Let's see if we can get this one to work or whatever happens. I mean, either, but I see why I always just kept the private vars lowercase. Yeah, I mean, either you could do what we do here, or if we had done it, yeah, maybe if it would have been private vector 3 position, and then you wouldn't need to use this, right? Because you would just do this instead. I mean, pretty nice. Okay. The guy need to learn the new update slash syntax to C#. Pick up and place. Oh shit, that worked on first try. Okay. But we still have, so we're still holding it. That's the only problem. So what if we do start placing? Beautiful. Oops. Damn. Pick up. Place. Beautiful. So we can see here that we have the same place functionality as we had previously. The only difference being that we don't have the visual feedback just yet. And we're still holding it after we have placed it. I think we can fix still holding it when placing it. I think we can fix that by doing this. Let's see. Or can we? I think we can fix it by doing a change is processing dependency. If we could solve this in the same way we did previously. I'm just not entirely sure that is the way I want to solve it. And that was like we could add a dependency to action hold. So we could add an extra dependency here, which is pretty much dependency when place is not processing, right? So if it's not processing, then hold stops holding pretty much. But then we're gonna have to put that in focus as well, I think. And I like, we could make it work. That's one, but I don't think that's how I want to solve it eventually. Last Friday I talked about having some form of signaling on this side of things. So holdable, for instance, if this one gets if multiple actions is trying to use this one, we disable and enable it, or we implement a way for interactables to handle multiple actions wanting to interact with it. Because we're going to have to handle that in some way. So it's pretty much two ways of handling it, I would say. And I don't know which one is best just yet. I wonder if we're going to implement it real quick here, just so we have it in place, so we know that we can just double check that we can. Because if we just place this one now, we can see that we still have the focus on it. Honestly, yeah, because we're still holding it. And we can replace it multiple times as well. I love this new action system. It's so much cleaner than the old one. Way cleaner. Let me just commit this real quick. We're gonna commit some stuff, and then we can check it out. I think we're gonna generalize or make. We're gonna make this one a bit more general. We're gonna have to, or we're gonna be able to check multiple states. Oh, one sec. No, we can't. I think we're going to rename this one processing dependency, and then we're going to make it so that we can either check for that something is processing or that something is not processing. The Git's looking good. I agree. I agree. Okay, but let me just commit this real. Oh, probably not going to be quick, but let's commit this. I just want to double check first. We had some changes here. Dynamic entity. What did we? Yeah, we made sweep test override, and then we make this one virtual, and in playable entity. What did we do here? Yeah, we added highlight as well. Yes. Ooh, that is true. This one we can remove. And then we added highlighter to input handler here. Okay, great. So we have, I'm just gonna commit these first, dynamic entity and entity. And we pretty much did move sweep test method to entity and make it virtual. And then we had playable entity, or we did highlighting. So that's pretty much everything except for these two. Collections, what have I changed here? Okay. So then I want to add playable entity. highlight. That's just full of input, right? I think that's it. I just wonder, did we change anything in action as well? Should on-point change be solved in a non-event way? Okay, that's just a comment. And what? Okay, I just moved those. Okay, never mind then. Playable entity. And then lastly, I want to implement commit these actions. Add action place and directable placeable. Okay. That's it, I suppose. Okay, so we can continue from here. I said that we wanted to do something with dependency real quick. Just give me 1 sec. Okay. Is processing dependency on change. Can we implement this in a nice way without too much overhead? I mean, we could. Is processing, is not processing. We could just do it like that. 2 different classes. Instead of having some logic and save some functions or whatnot here. Do I want to do that? You know what? Let's do it like this time around. So as I said previously, I don't know if this is just something temporary or if we're going to keep this one around. So I'm not going to put too much time on it. So we're just going to take this one, duplicate it, and do is not processing dependency. And then we do this. What the fuck am I? Yeah, it's not processing. Because then we do... Yeah, we want to rename this one as well. I want to... Most of all, I want to see if this solution works this time around. Unity is incredibly slow for me when adding or renaming scripts. It's weird. So what I want to double check now, or what I want to test is hold. We just add an additional dependency here, and that's going to be dependencies dot is not processing dependency, and then we do host.actionhandler.getAction type I still think this is a little bit of a weird way to add a link to these. We can do it in a nicer way, can't we? Whatever. Type no. Place. So we try and get place on target on process change. Add listener action A. So if this one changes, we want to update dependencies too. That's pretty much it. So here we define a dependency. So all of these needs to be true for action hold to be triggerable. I fucking hate this shit. I had this. Oh, whatever. So all of these needs to be true for this action to be executable. And this is how we link and how we update them. So we just create a is not processing dependency, and then we link it to action place. Let's see what we have. Okay, so now when we add a new class, we get these. Okay. Yeah, let's try it. Pretty much what I want to try here, or what we want to test, is that when we pick... Yeah, we can't even pick it up now. That's just plain wrong. Hold. Dependencies is not processing dependency. Debug. We are not. So this one is not fulfilled. Currently not processing place. So this one should. Did I screw up? Host action handler get action type place on process change add listener. Dependencies to update is not processing dependency. Is ooh. Oh, I know. So this one we want to set fulfilled to true from the start. Or rather, we need to update them. Ooh, that's true. I've never thought about it. So fulfilled, what is the start state of it? Maybe when we instantiate dependencies, not instantiate them, but let's see. It's almost like we want to Okay, this time around we can just do set fulfilled true by default, but that's true. I didn't think about it. We need to check the initial state of a dependency. It's not that important with target dependencies, because if we don't have a target, we can't set it. But with this one, but it's like dependent on what's the default state of a default or an action. What is the default action state? It's available, so it's not processing. Hence, not processing is true by default. Maybe. Yo, what's up, Desai? Yeah, long time no see. I also had a pretty long summer break, you know. But I've been good. Back at it now. The action system we have in place now is... I love it. How about you? Okay, so we can see now we can pick it up. And now we can place it and we can drop it. And if we place it now, what I want to happen is that we're I no longer want to be able... So we no longer should hold the object if we place it. Which we unfortunately are. Oh, and I know why. Of course. Yeah, this is like a dependency. It won't be ready if this is false, but it will also not interrupt the action. We're gonna have to do something about that. So when we update the dependencies, what do? Action, then we do instantiate dependencies, or we call check dependencies. One sec. We can do this. Host action handler get or action type place on process change add listener. And then I guess we can do... we can add the interruptions here as... Maybe that's... I wonder, is it... maybe it's a bit over the top. Or not over the top, but... But we do check this. Inspect. Set state interrupting. So I mean, we could do this if dependencies 2 dot fulfilled or not fulfilled interrupt. But not in... Yeah, we do it here, Let's try this then. I'm imagining this instantiate dependencies being extremely long eventually, but we'll see. Pick up, place. Yeah. Pick up, place. Pick up, place. Oh, and we actually still focus it if our pointer is beautiful. Like, this new system is crazy good, I think. It's quite modular, and most of it is going to be defined by the dependencies here. And I know we can probably make this look a little bit nicer eventually, but for now it feels extremely powerful. So we notice that, we're still holding an object after we place it. Then we just add this dependency. So this one now depends on if place, what happens with place, and if it's fulfilled, we interrupt it. There, it looks good to me. Nice work. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think this is very good. Okay, so we're going to commit this. We're going to keep this around. Maybe we solve it in a different way eventually, if we add some signaling on this side of things. But for now, I'm extremely happy with the place. And yeah, the place implementation. So now we can move on. I think we're going to do terraforming next. Or one sec. Maybe. It's concerning terraforming. I've been thinking something related to terraforming, and or when I think about terraforming, I ask myself the question: when it comes to creatures, they themselves are what can terraform, right? But when it comes to the playable entity, the character, he or she is always going to need a tool to be able to terraform. A shovel, that is. So when we implement this terraform here, do we want... I don't exactly know how to solve it yet when it comes to tools. Okay, so this is what we're going to do now. I want to continue moving on. So I'm going to put this down as a note in my design document. And for now, like, the purpose of what we're doing right now is we just want to re-implement the actions we had previously in the new action system. So that's what we're going to do. But maybe later on, I don't know if we will pull this one or restructure it a bit. We'll get to it. Let me just write that real quick. Yo, what's up, PG King? Hope you had a wonderful weekend. And Asai, previously, I don't know if you heard, but I've been fine. How about you? PG King, by the way, that emoji, or whatever it's called, is that a Dota 2 reference, or am I just damaged? Yeah, that's a Dota 2. Isn't that like Phantom... No, what? Templar Assassin. Oh. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna commit this and the is not processing dependency and how we use it in action hold. And then we're gonna implement action Terraform. Let's see, I think we have completed some here. Interaction place is done. And interactable place is done. PG King ahead, nice. Yeah, same here, same here. Yes, it is a Dota 2 reference I've played quite a bit. Yeah, I've played some myself. I think my total number is like 1,000 hours, so not that big compared to others. But the bigger question is, did you watch the International this past week? And did you watch the finals yesterday? Oh, we want to add Terraform here as well. Interactable Terraform. Interactables Terraformable. Interaction Terraform. Action Terraform. Okay, there we go. Pidgin, yes, I've watched it a bit. Oh, nice. Yeah, I watched not that much during the week. Unfortunately, I missed pretty much most of it, but I watched this weekend and definitely saw the final. I mean, it's always fun when it goes to game 5, which is usually does in the finals, doesn't it? Or it does quite often, at least. Yeah, but it was a nice final, definitely. Just a little bit depressing now that it's a year until the next time. But yeah, that's how it is. So what did we add here? We added actions. Action. Hey, there we go. PG King, I haven't played in quite a long time, to be fair. Watching TI this year was like, I know nothing about neutrals anymore. Same here. And the map looks pretty insane these days. It used to happen quite a lot, but recently it's been only 3 zeros. Yeah, that's not as... Yeah, that sucks when that happens. Yeah, I haven't played recently as well. I think my last Dota 2 game was in 2022, maybe, or something like that. But okay, let's see here now. So now we have action place. in place, and we're going to implement Action Terraform. And much like Action Plays, it's going to be a lot. We're going to remove a lot of the functionality because we don't want to keep player feedback, right? We want to put that in a separate file eventually. Yeah, exactly, PG King. But before we start implementing Terraform, I need to go AFK real quick. I'm gonna make myself a new cup of coffee, and I'm also gonna put some laundry in. So be right back, a couple of minutes. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Save. Okay, let's see. So we want to implement action terraform and interactable. Didn't we have interactable terraform previously? Or how did we solve it then? Get the fuck out. We just get terrain base like this. What do we then? Set visualize terrain. Nah. Is this really how we did it? Get focus terrain base. Get affected game object. Get component terrain base. Huh. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna do it a little bit better than this. I hope. And then we do terrain-based terraform. Then we get the terrain patch it's related to and send in some command buffer. Okay, so after this point, it's actually quite nice. So we're just gonna inject ourselves before this, make it a little bit cleaner. And we're gonna work with we're gonna use the same approach we did with the other actions. And I just want to check one thing first before we start implementing it. And that's, I want to take our environment, terrain base. Here we have our entity, interactable list, focusable, inspectable. And then we want to make our terrain liable and sittable as well later on, but not now. So just focusable and inspectable. Let's see if we can focus the terrain and inspect the terrain. Yeah, we can definitely focus it. And we can inspect it. We got some floating point errors here, but okay, that's good. The only thing that bothers me is if we put our pointer on the terrain here, we should see a button here for inspecting it, correct? This one, but it's currently located, yeah, here. It's currently located, yeah, in the center of the terrain. We don't really have a good focus point for it. So I guess one would like... I want to fix this floating point shit as well. But not right now. Okay. Can we solve... Can we, like, this information here, show info. This is what I want to get from with this point here. Let's just see real quick what we get it from. Action. It's not action, it's playable entity. It's not really playable entity either, though. It's input to action. Set button information, button map item, update position. Active action reference action target game object transform position. Yeah. Good morning, Harukanen. Morning is a relative concept. Morning can be a feeling. So here we have entity. Active action reference action target. Yeah, we just update button map item to the target game object transform position. I wonder if we want to have action. Maybe we can get action.point. Oh no, we don't want to get action.point. We want to get... I wonder if we can make something nice here real quick. Oops, action. Yeah, Harukanen, by the way, my prototype was done in U6. Oh, nice. Nice to know. I don't want to use point. Or I guess... One sec. Point. We want to ask for something. We want to get a point, but depending on what type it is, we either want to get target point, target transform position, or point. We're gonna delay this one a tiny bit as well. I don't know how I want to solve it. So we can see. So for these buttons right now, we just use the origin point for the object we're currently highlighting. And the origin point for this landscape is somewhere, yeah, down there. There we have it, down here. But we're just going to ignore that for now, because eventually, I think when we polish the UI somewhere far into the future, I think I want to make this point way more customizable. So for instance, when it comes to doing stuff with the character itself, we're probably going to have it around his wristwatch or whatever we chose. So yeah, we're going to wait with that one as well. So yeah, let's move. We can inspect the terrain. That's good, at least. So let's try and implement action terraform and interactable terraformable. Okay, now we can see. Now we can see. Now we're gonna fix. Let's see here. Let me put up the notes. Let's see. I don't have tools here, do I? One sec. Do we have... Text editor. Oh, we're gonna look into that a little bit later. So I guess we're gonna have to go with the... we're gonna have to go with having them in alphabetical order initially. Yo, what's up, Little Miss Murder? Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Indie life indeed, and we are gonna replace it with implement. This one, I'm not entirely sure if we want to return bool here eventually, but we'll see. Little Miss Murder, well, my day ended up shit. I'm back at home after burying one of my cats. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. Okay, something like that, but we cancel interaction. Yes. Okay, let's see how we implemented, or how Terraform was implemented in the old system. Terraform action. Terraform, no. Action interaction, Terraform. We have a Terraform brush. This we still want to have, although I'm a little bit... Texture settings, brush textures, okay, brush material, yeah. Terraform brush visualizer, yeah. So in this one we had both a Terraform brush and a Terraform brush visualizer, and then we checked a lot of entities playable, and yeah, this component is extremely infected by the fact that sometimes it's a playable entity, sometimes it's not. So that's something we want to remove this time around. So we're gonna have a Terraform brush, but we're not gonna have a Terraform brush visualizer. We're gonna keep that one layer above, eventually in playable entity. It's just gonna work as a layer between. So I guess we're gonna have input handler, something tells action Terraform to alter, and then we're gonna have Terraform brush visualizer which listens to it, or that mimics it or something. We'll see where we end up. But yeah, we're gonna keep that in mind when we implement it now. So remove this one. Description, yeah. Something like, yeah. Instantiate Terraform brush, what do we do? Yeah, okay, we set some default values. Base awake, start processing, we just start this coroutine. That's not how we're gonna do it this time around. I don't even know if this coroutine does anything important, but yeah, anyway. We're gonna want methods for updating the Terraform point def, or actually, we don't need this anymore. Oh, no we don't, I'm gonna show what we do instead, or let me think. It feels... Update Terraform. Yeah, we're probably just gonna pull whatever point focus has. But we're gonna need methods for these anyway, I think. Update radius, strength, style, and type. This one, set visualized. Yeah, we're gonna fix this as well. Set visualize terrain. Yeah, we need some variables from there. Okay. Yeah, so pretty much all of this playable entity related. Get focus terrain base. Yeah, okay. So, let's start with interactable terraformable. Okay. Interactable terraformable, instantiate specifics. So here we need private terrain base. I don't want to do it like this. Oops. And we do environment, terrain base, terrain, and instantiate specifics, terrain is equal to host. I'll get the fuck out. Environment dot terrain base. Anything else? We're probably gonna do some additional setup here. This time around, however, I don't think so. Interactable terraform. What did we call it? Interaction. Yeah. We didn't even have this one in the old implementation. Yeah, we went around it. We just do get focus terrain base, and then we do get component whenever we want it. No. Okay. Terrain terraform. Okay. Start interaction. Do we need to do anything here? I don't think so. We don't need to enable or disable anything. No. I'm gonna leave those as is. Yeah, I wonder, so this time around we're not gonna add the feedback to the player just yet. So in process, I think we're gonna solve this one in a similar fashion as we did to place, i.e. we just call not really the same, but almost. I think we're just gonna do it like this to do implement set state finishing, and then in finish we do We just send in a brush. Oh, that's very nice. But one sec. Yeah, the brush has position and everything. So we just need to do interactable, terraformable, terraform, brush. And then we have this one is environment. It's okay. And here we just do terrain dot terraform brush. So we just send it onwards. Action terraform. Okay, we need a lot of different stuff here. Serialize field. Environment dot brush. Brush. So then on finish, we do target terraformable dot terraform, and we send in the brush, and that should be it. I wonder if we have something workable if we just leave it like this. We're gonna have the default brush. So let's take a look at how that one looks. Actually, one more thing. I want to add a private here. So the default brush texture 4, additive, brush strength, brush mode. What do we have on bounds? Brush radius. Serialized. Okay. So how did it look previously? Action, interaction, terraform. Terraform brush. Okay, yeah. Terraform default material. Brush range. Okay. Okay. So then we take action handler and we add, oh, did I forget? Probably. Action terraform system.serializable and terraformable. This scroll within a scroll is actually starting to annoy me quite a lot this time around, but okay. Terraform state available dependencies. Dependencies we're gonna define from within or in code. So we just skip that one. I don't think we're defining this anywhere, so I'm actually gonna remove it for now, I think. Or am I? Yeah. Just so we get it like... but then again... Ooh, one sec. Can we see debug? State point. Yeah, we don't get dependencies if we don't have that one. But can we field serialize field? I wonder if we can do serialize reference abstract selectable hide in. Or what the hell, we just want to do we want it to be public get? Yeah, maybe. Good. Let's have them as visible for now then. Okay, brush, here we go. I pretty much just want to make it look exactly the same as it did previously. So brush textures, we want to go with 5, right? Where do we have them? We have them here. Constant. Noise. Brush material. Range 0.100. 0.0, 0.1, 0.1. Brush type operation add. And then we have Terraform brush visualizer here, which we don't have this time around. Because we're gonna put the visualizer somewhere else. Okay, so that's it for the brush. Think, yes. And then let's just add the dependencies. And then I think we can try it. We're not going to get any visual feedback of how the Terraform will look or stuff like that. But we just want to check so we're able to, or if we're able to Terraform at all, pretty much. So dependencies. Let's just grab these. Is processing dependency and can target receive action dependency Terraform. Focus, if focus is processing and focus. Yes, and can target dependency update A. We want to change target, definitely. I don't think we want to interrupt. No, we don't. So we're just going to keep it like this for now. Yeah, the Terraform button icons is gonna be invisible to us. So let's just see. Playable entity. Hold jump. Place Terraform. I don't even remember what place is. I think it's E. Or is it? Action second. E. And character 01. Okay, this one can now Terraform an environment. Can now be terraformable. Let's see. I want to pause here real quick, and I want to see button map. Let's zoom to it. Where do we have it? Okay, not button map, but this one. Show info, and we have Terraform here. We actually have Terraform as an option now. So what happens if I press E? Nothing. We get the lag as if we're terraforming. Pause. So we're processing, definitely. But we're not terraforming. Terraform brush. Let's debug on this one. Because I think brush radius is 0, yes. And we have no way of changing it now. Brush radius 0. Where do we set it to 0? Terraform brush. Brush radius. There we go. It would just return. Get type bounds, clamp, set brush radius. Change brush radius. Change brush mode. Okay, so when we set this one, we set it to 0. Okay. Or no. We set it to brush radius. But I guess it's 0 by default, yes. I wonder what happens if we do brush radius is equal to 10. 0f. meters. Okay, that might be a little bit too much. A little bit too much. Brush radius 0. What am I missing? Get type bounds clamp. Change brush mode. Type height. Still wondering what it is that changes brush radius to 0. Get type bounce clamp radius. This one shouldn't do it. Brush radius, error margin or delta change. We don't care about those. Change brush radius. Brush radius delta change. 0.1. Let's just do this right now. Brush radius is equal to 10. I just want to see if it works. We can clean it up when we have re-implemented the visual feedback to the player again. Brush radius 10, great. So now we should be able to terraform. We terraform it here. Okay, I get it. Because we don't change the position of the terraform brush. Okay. Great. Okay, so terraform works. It's just that we don't update it accordingly. But, okay. I want to add some nice methods here to action terraform. Or we're actually just gonna do, we're gonna send it forward. I want to implement all of these. So update terraform point, update terraform point radius, update terraform strength, update terraform style, terraform type, and so on, and so on, and so on. So I think we're just going to take these. Update terraform point. Instead of this one, I think we're just gonna do we're gonna do host action handler dot get action type dot focus on point change and listener. And of course we want to do base dot point is equal to a dot point. But the more important thing is to do brush dot set brush position. I also wonder if in the future, if we want to make this a little bit cleaner or more optimized, I guess, is we have here on target change. So when we do can target receive action dependency, when this one is true, that's when we care about updating the point, otherwise we don't, because there's really no meaning in. So if we have it just like this, we're gonna update the point every time focus updates its point. We're gonna do this as well. There's really no meaning of doing this unless the target can be terraformed. Right. But okay, so that's brush position. That's how we're gonna change brush position. Then we have radius, strength, style, and type. I think we're gonna leave them like this. And also I want to do field public because I want to get some information here when we want to, like when we want to visualize this brush to the player, we need to get this information, and I don't really feel like implementing 4 gets. So we're just gonna make it visible from the outside. Yeah, we want to instantiate this one as well. Oh, yeah, we never instantiated it. Did we? Okay, interesting. Wonder why it changed its size then. But instantiate specifics brush.instantiate. And I think that's Terraform. I'm just gonna try it one more time. Now we also have, actually, and let's change the start to be 1. Action Terraform 62. Brush instantiate 70. Set as additive. Fuck. Oh, really? Okay, so it got reset when we made it public get. Okay. That sucks. That definitely sucks. Okay. Okay. But the action itself works at least. That's good. So we can commit this one and we can move on to the next one. What do we have left? Consume, equip. Equip, we don't... okay, we have ish equip. Just some apparel stuff. But I also saw that we forgot interaction. Re-implement all actions using the new action system. We also have action jump. Yo, what's up, Ginger Dev? It's going good, it's going good. How about you? And this one actually doesn't have a interactable on the other end. That's pretty cool. Okay, so let's commit this new action and let's move on to... So I think we're gonna do equip after. Honestly, I don't remember if... And when it comes to something like this, Terraform as well, actually, if we have interactable... I don't know how much interactable terraformable will do. Like, this might work better as a interface, but I don't know. But I'm thinking the same with... Or maybe not, actually. But if we take a look at action interaction equip, because pretty much what we do here. The only thing we do right now is get component, apparel, equip. That's about it. But yeah, let's implement that one and see if it works. I'm just going to commit whatever we did related to Terraform. Got like 50 minutes left. I want to get... I want to be done with equip, consume, and jump today, because then I can merge this branch off stream, and tomorrow we can start something new. I don't know if it's going to be new though, but it's going to be related to this, but like a new side of this. But let's see. Assets, scripts, environment, Terraform. And then we have... Actually, we're gonna do... I probably won't have time to finish it today, because I want to set up all of the different prefabs as well, so they use the new interaction system instead of the old one. And that might take some time. Then again, that's not really... It's quite boring to do on stream, I guess. So extremely boring to do off stream. But yeah, let's not worry about that right now. Okay, action terraform and interactable terraformable done. Okay, so let's move on to equip. And then I guess interactable equipable. Okay. a lot of boilerplate code for all of these. It's not too bad. Yeah, here we want to do crazy stuff, I reckon. Crazy and crazy. And have to remember that it's the process of equipping something that's an action. Having something equipped is not an action. So start interaction is not the same as putting it on, and cancel interaction is not the same as taking it off. Start interaction, though, is equivalent to putting it on, but cancel interaction is not equal to taking it off. That's the difference. Equipable. This is probably the first time in this new action system where it has felt where an interface instead of a derived class like this has felt more natural. Because right now it pretty much feels like equipable pretty much is going to feel like a wrapper around apparel. We will have to see if that if that's the case way down the line, we might need to rethink it. Rethink something about the implementation here, but for now I'm fine with it being a wrapper class, so interaction. I want to take a look at equip previously just empty. Apparel handler. Yeah. Okay, this one is gonna be extremely simple. We pretty much already have everything we need. Okay, I wonder if, let's assume, well, let's think about what would someone put here. What would be specific functionality for apparel, whatever. When we put it on, definitely want to disable all physics and stuff like that, but it feels like we already have that Maybe... I have no idea. Update some statistics or stuff like that. I don't know. Probably something. Maybe play some cool animations, sounds. But nothing we couldn't handle in... Maybe. I wonder... When we equip an apparel, we unwear it here. That's a little bit weird, isn't it? Or maybe not. In fact, I need to rethink equip a bit. Equip should be able to both equip and unequip. Let's put that into the document. Okay, so for now we're just gonna make it one way, so that's okay. Because one could think that when we start the interaction here, we unwear it. Maybe that's a better way to do it. I don't know. Process. Is this a mono behavior? Why? Process is just gonna be finishing like this, and finish is gonna be think we're gonna change these to null optionals. Make it a little bit nicer soon. I mean, the idea is it looks a little bit weird here, to say the least. Not entirely sure what to make of it yet. Target equipable is it's definitely just a wrapper class round apparel right now. But I think it's okay. Can we use this one now? That's the question. I don't know. Let's see if we can add a mannequin maybe with a shirt or something. I don't remember exactly how I made the mannequin work. Maybe it's just better to just drag and drop something. We can take... Focusable, inspectable, equipable. And then we put them somewhere here. Do we actually get some weird shadowing there? Yeah, we definitely don't want that. I think for now we're just gonna solve it easily by changing the material. Ooh, that's true. When it's skinned, we can do collection, the original material. When it's not, we do double-sided. Let's try this. Huh. We get error as well. Rubber boots. Interesting. Action 4. Oh, okay, so equip is... We have one more. Description. Show info. Description. Why does it... Okay, I only changed it here and not on the one in the scene. Okay, that makes sense. But it's actually... It did, but... Mesh double-sided material... I guess I do something weird in here. Okay, so for now, let's just do double-sided material on both of them. Okay. I'm more interested in the error we got here. So do I have a... It feels like we tried to do an action. We don't get an error now. We get an error on focus. This is weird. Has been destroyed. What the fuck did we destroy? Button map item. Button map items. What? I don't know about this. Action fourth, inspect. Action third, collect. Equip. Okay, we get it for all of these now. Okay, we're gonna double check that issue soon. What the fuck? It makes no sense. Okay, before we look into this error, I just want to double check rubber boots here. We have focusable, inspectable, equipable, and then our characters should be able to do. So we minimize terraform. So now our character can do focus, inspect, hold, sit, lie, place, terraform, And now I want him or her to be able to equip. We didn't do anything with the dependencies here. Dependencies for action equip. I'm just gonna put them to. We're gonna take these. And we're gonna remove that one. Can target receive action dependency. It feels also like we shouldn't need to define this one for each one. It should be quite easy to just do it in initialize or whatever. Because I think this one is definitely something everything is gonna have. But then we have focus, and then we have this one, and that's all we need, I think. Okay, let's see if we can equip the boots. Rubber boots. We have the action to at least. But if we click, nothing happens. Okay. Let's look into that soon. I wonder about this. Oh, whoa. Now we don't have that error anymore. Okay, I think I get it. So when our playable entity defines an action that we can't do, that's when we get an error. The error we saw previously. Okay. Let's put that into the notepad real quick. Okay. So let's move on to the issue of not being able to... In fact, do we want to... Yeah, we might want to paint the outline after transparent... or before transparent objects as well. I think. But anyway, so why does nothing happen when we try and equip these? Let's see, equip, state, available, ready. Equip, I don't even think we, let's see. Equip, false, true, false, true. Okay, something happens, not the correct thing. Action equip, set state finishing. So then we do this, target equipable. Oh, maybe. We want to take a look at this one. Start. Oh, we can't actually see what we are wearing, can we? No. Ah, here we get this one again. We should call this one. Oh, yeah. There we go. That's one error at least. So we never got to, we had available, ready, and then when we started to start it, it got interrupted instantly because the initialization phase failed. So what about now? Okay. A little bit of a clipping issue, but that's okay. Might want to fix that as well, but... I wonder if we could pick him up again if they were also equipable. Let's try. Footwear, sneakers. Dynamic entity, and we want to have focusable, inspectable, and equipable. Yeah, we get that error. We can show focus and equip. Okay, but this one. This one. When was it destroyed is my question. Button map item. It's definitely a weird error. While executing, perform callbacks of general input action 2E. The object of type button map item has been destroyed, but you're still trying to access it. I don't know if we ever try and destroy button map item. Is this an... Oh, is this a null optional stuff or thing? Yo, what's up, Love? The weekend was very good. How about you? Hope you had an amazing weekend as well. And fuck yeah, back at the grind. Definitely. I think we have had a pretty productive day today as well, so it feels good. I want to see if we get this error if we do this. Project settings, player. Fuck, isn't it player? I don't remember what it is, but whatever. Oh, you played a lot of Silksong. How do you enjoy it so far? I haven't played those games at all. Haven't played any Souls-like at all, actually. Maybe I'm missing out. Because I guess you would define it as ish Souls-like. Souls-like in 2D, maybe. Now I'm gonna have to check this error. I'm afraid that it's something that is left over from not resetting the scene. I need to find the setting in project settings. I don't remember if it's in, is it in editor? Do not reload. Oh yeah, here we go. Reload domain and scene. I just want to see if we get this error if we reload scene and domain. Yeah, exactly. Then we don't get it. Thought so. Do not reload domain or scene. Okay, so I'm pretty sure this has to do with our nullables, nullable conditionals, or whatever they are called. They are not getting released and recreated in the correct way. But I wonder if it could also have been an error from, if we don't reload scene or domain now and we do it, yeah, then we get the error again. Input to, okay, I'm pretty sure that the problem we have is in playable entity. Do we use, let's see, question mark point, action equip. Okay, so it's only here we're using it. But it should be okay. We're not... This has nothing to do with mono behaviors. Right? Or actually maybe it does. Such a fucking annoying error to get. Playable entity, input to action, bind button map item, add action ref. Ooh, 1 sec. Focus action. Now here we do it as one should. Bind button map item. I'm starting to wonder if we should just solve it by doing... oh, I don't want to check that one. Game object set active false. Button map item. That feels extremely weird. Checking if game object is null for a mono behavior. But I guess it works. What I really want to avoid is I want to be able to use null conditionals and stuff like that when it comes to my action system, because pretty much everything in the action system doesn't have anything to do with mono behavior, except for this one. This little check will work for now. I'm not happy about it. But this is very temporary, this one. And we'll see if we get some similar problems. Because I think what it boils down to is null conditionals doesn't work that well with mono behavior or Unity objects or whatever. Which means that you can have... If you don't reload your domain and scene between every play, you might have some dangling pointers and stuff like that, because some object hasn't been released properly. And you're gonna get some errors with null conditionals. But we're gonna do this check for now and keep it like this. But okay, let's see where we are at, because I need to run now, unfortunately. Interaction or action terraform and terraformable is done. Interactable equip and action equip is also done. So tomorrow we have consume and jump left, and then we can merge this branch and we can jump to the next thing. And the next thing is probably going to be, I want to implement a layer, a pretty generic implementation of a layer between playable entity and an action, and that the full purpose of that layer is to show the user or the player how he or she can change an action and also get visual feedback from an action. So previously we had all of this stuff inside of the actions classes, but this time around I want to separate it, modularize it, and put it between playable entity and action. And when that is in place, maybe we can do some creature stuff. But yeah, thank you so much for watching, everybody. I appreciate it, and have a great rest of the day. Peace.